go. There's the right button. Hello. I hope you guys are excited for the weekend. It's been, I don't know, has it been a fast week? A little bit. A little bit. I suppose moderate, not too bad. I hope you guys are doing well as well. Hello, Mage. Hello, Standing. Hello, Lurkers. And Bot Watchers. I hope you are doing well. It's been a pretty good day. There was a weird kind of thing that happened. So I was watching Jin stream earlier, and right at the end she had that kind of like, oh, that's scary. You know, she heard some banging outside and thought it was fireworks, and it was not fireworks. And then right after she ended stream, my phone went off and there was an Amber Alert, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? It was just weird that those things happened at like almost the same time. It's like, is there something I need to know about? I don't know. People being weird. Don't be weird. You guys are cool. I'm not worried about you. Just in general, people need to not be weird. Need to not be so weird. But yeah, so speaking of funny little coincidences, I know I had a good segue earlier, and this one is shit, but we're gonna roll with it anyway because it's what I got. So it turns out this year has two very interesting 30th anniversaries. So it is the 30th anniversary of the Ace Combat series. The original game, which wasn't even titled Ace Combat, came out in 1995, which was the same year that Gundam Wing started airing. So two very cool series that I quite love. I feel like if I went back and watched Gundam Wing again, I don't know how well it has aged, but I tell you what, that opening is nostalgic as hell. I love it. I love it. It is extremely 90s. It has all of the tropes of 90s anime, but I don't know. It hits a nerve. It hits something deep in my brain, and I'm just like, fuck yeah. And yeah, on the Ace Combat side, I don't know. I've been very off and on with Ace Combat. The ones that I have played, I enjoyed quite a lot. But I've definitely not played all of them. I have not even played most of them. But they're a good series. They're quite fun. And they put out a 30th anniversary video. You know, just sort of celebrating the thing, saying there's going to be a big symphony concert in Japan next year. So, you know, I'm not about to go to that, but hopefully they'll release like the soundtrack or something from the performance, because that would be very cool. And then they did a silly little video of, you know, little mascot character like sneaking around the offices, which kind of hinted at them possibly working on a new Ace Combat. There might be an Ace Combat 8 in the works, which would be very cool if proven true. But it was very much this kind of, it wasn't even like a teaser in the announcement idea of a teaser. It's just like a teaser in the sense of maybe. So worth keeping an eye on. Very much worth keeping an eye on, but we'll see. Man, it has been an up and down day because we had that, which was a very cool thing, and then on the other side, there was an article that came out. So you guys are familiar with Subnautica, right? The aquatic survival sim where you crash land on an alien water world and have to like build submarine bases and survive and, you know, collect resources, solve mysteries, not get eaten by sea monsters, all of that. So the first Subnautica was very popular. and the team did very well, and they started working on Subnautica 2 and were purchased by a publisher. Same publisher that made PUBG, a couple other titles. I'd say PUBG is probably their biggest and most well-known developer, or well-known title. There was something else on there. Let me double check what it was. Trying to remember. Oh, they also published the Callisto Protocol, which was not as well received, but it was a notable title. Oh, that was the other big thing. They bought Tango Dreamworks, the guys that made Hi-Fi Rush, after Microsoft axed the entire studio. They sort of swooped in and were like, are you gonna eat that? So yeah, Krafton, interesting publisher, but especially after the Hi-Fi Rush rescue, I think had some goodwill in their direction. So there was a headline that came out. There's an article that came out today that Krafton delayed Subnautica 2, which is like, okay, not the worst news, but let me double check who it was that they had let go. The sequel's delay was against the wishes of the studio's former leadership, according to People. So yeah, the two leads of the studio were let go, and then they delayed the title. And while Krafton, the publisher, insists that this has nothing to do with it, there was a deal in place. Basically, let me grab the exact text so that I don't misquote this. The sequel's delay was against the wishes of the studio's former leadership, according to the people that were spoken with. The $250 million bonus that was part of the acquisition deal was due to kick in if Unknown Worlds, the developer, hit certain revenue targets by the end of 2025, according to the purchase agreement. By delaying Subnautica 2 into next year, the company is unlikely to hit those targets, and therefore the employees may not be eligible for the payout. So there goes all of that goodwill. It's just shitty. I don't know. It's a very weird thing to me, because this to me would be a red flag to anyone else who is thinking to do business with them, right? Like, okay, you make this deal, you make this contract, and then they just pull a stunt like that basically lets them walk out of it. The Dune apology. No. I saw a statement from the developers. I saw they had put out an update. I saw them apologizing about some people getting stuff lost to bugs and whatnot, but was there like a bigger apology? Apologize in new late for PvP mix-up and out. Oh yeah, I did see that one. I don't know. It seemed fine. I mean, yeah, it was a weird thing that happened, but I don't know, it didn't strike me as like even really a major screw up on their part. And, I would rather see them admit, hey, we fucked up. Push an update that allowed PvE bases in the deep desert. What I saw in the letter is that it was the deep desert sections that had been flagged as PvE were still attackable, which, if somehow the Haga Basin had been made PvP. That would have been a major fucky wucky. But I don't know, this is them retooling part of the game to be a different function, so it kind of doesn't surprise me that flags still happened according to the old setup. I don't know, like, I see people are making YouTube videos about it and whatnot, and it's drama, it's clickbaitable, but I don't know, I would rather see the devs come out and be responsive to it and say, yeah, we fucked up and we're sorry. You know, we're working on fixing it. We're gonna try and reimburse where we can. I mean, yeah, if people were exploiting it, that's fucked up, but I'm not about to, I don't know, it doesn't really strike me as like a particularly egregious situation. Okay, so here's the plan. Here's the plan, chat. Here's what we're looking at doing tonight. We're gonna try and pull together some brain energy, some brain juice. I have another video. So we were watching before a tutorial by 3Pete that was sort of going through the animation fundamentals, right? So he has another video. It's a little bit older, sort of talking about how to create a parkour motion in Unreal 5. So we're not going to do exactly the animation as he has laid out, but we're going to go through it and sort of follow along doing our own animation at the same time, right? Hello, Sonic. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Welcome in. So yeah, like, you know, not following motion for motion or frame for frame, but sort of following the process and making sure that it is gonna make sense for our thing. So we got ability to spell gets worse every day. It's the dementia, I'm sorry. It comes for all of us. So yeah, that's basically the plan. Where the tutorial itself is about 100 minutes long. Obviously, we're probably gonna pause and backtrack a little bit. I figure it'll take most or all of the stream, and if we kind of hit a point where we're just kind of brain dead, we'll switch over and work some more on the Eve drawing and just kind of chill out with that for a little while. That's the plan. That is the plan. And we're gonna kind of see how it goes from there. So let's switch over. We've got Unreal up and running. Or at least we should. I'm gonna go ahead and put on Zalorfa. Turn it down a little bit. Where are you? Okay, so let's hide that. And then you're probably just... Oh, you're looking for the wrong Unreal. Sure, that's fine. There you are. Okay, and then let me back up a little bit. I'm too big. I'm too fat. I must be less fat. There we go. I'm just gonna get over into the corner here. And then I'm gonna try... Yeah, I'm probably just gonna mostly watch you guys through Chrome rather than OBS because Unreal really likes to take up all the room that it can. Okay. Yeah, shit, I don't have enough windows. I missed my fourth monitor. Okay, let's put you right there. Ow. And then I'll just double check that everything is showing up the way that I wanted to. Good. Okay.
If you're watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking
Yes, thank you for the reminder. We should not be shrimping going into this. I'm gonna go ahead and pour my tea.
Fix your spot! Damn!
Have that ready to go as well. Nice. Okay. So yeah, we've got actually we have, how many Jordans do we have sitting around now? We've got 2. And then if I actually start the game, it's gonna spawn the 3rd one. So we've got 3 freaking Jordans in the scene right now. That's too many Jordans. But yeah, I don't, from what I remember from last week, we're not gonna actually be working off of any of these because we need to load the rigged character in through the animation sequencer, the level sequencer. We'll make what we want to make and then save that into the animation blueprint or something like that. I'm sure we'll go over it in the tutorial. It'll be fine. But what I want to do is we're gonna start by dragging a basic cube into the scene. Let's just set it at 0. And just for my own sake, let's check. Okay, yeah, the size of it is about where I want it to be. Basically, if something is about chest height like this or so, I want for Jordan to be able to sort of vault over it, right? Like put her hands on it and sort of hop her way over the top. So we'll start there. Maybe make it a little bit smaller. And then use that as sort of our base. All right, let's load the video up and kind of see what we're looking at, what this is gonna look like. Yeah, sorry. Oh, actually, let me leave that there, and I'm gonna join you guys over here. That works better. Turn the captioning on. And let's see what our friend 3Pete has to teach us.
In this video, I'm going to show you a different workflow for animating in Unreal called the layered animation workflow. And along the way, I'm going to show you some neat tricks to speed up your animating process. In the precision jump tutorial, we used a mostly straight ahead pose to pose workflow that produced a complete pose at each selected moment across the animation as we went. And that gives a good feel for the final result as you go, but can sometimes lead to janky or stiff animations if you overly focus on reference matching and don't take care of how the animation looks across time as you go. At the end of the day though, it's just preference, and I'm making this video to encourage you to experiment with different workflows to find the hybrid approach that works best for you.
Okay.
Here we're going to animate a parkour roll vault, where the character rolls on their back over an obstacle, which is an ideal motion for a character that's holding a two-handed weapon or item. Our workflow here is simple, and I find it to be an excellent exercise for body part isolation and understanding how all the body parts interact with and affect each other, as well as being a much better workflow for keeping me on task, since unlike the pose-based workflow, this one forces you to follow a more methodical approach. We'll start by fully animating the body offset and body controls, and then move through the rig control by control, doing the same thing, adding each control animation in layers as we go. Now you can do this using literal layered control rigs. You won't have to. You can do it all on a single control rig, and that's what I'm going to be doing here since it's much faster, and I really don't see any benefits to the layered control rig approach here. Please like and subscribe, and leave a comment if there's anything confusing or unclear in the video, if it was helpful to you, or if there's anything you'd like to see me make a video on in the future. Let's get into it.
Alright, everyone got their notepads ready?
As usual,
You got your Unreal open?
Empty game animation sample project, which you can start from any project at all, whether that's the third-person sample or whatever. However, I do recommend the game animation sample project, as I'm going to be using the UEFN Manny character. Let's get started. To start, we'll go ahead and create our level sequence. So I have a folder called AAA Roll Vault. I only named it that so that it would show up at the top of the content, be easier to find. But we'll go here, and if you just right-click
Okay, so we should do a little bit of setup, kind of similar to what he's got going on. We should put this in a location that this is going to make sense, right? The characters, Jordan, okay. Farther back, so we've got animations, which is empty. I don't think that's where we want to put it. Yeah, so we got characters animation. This is all the copied over ones. I don't know if we want to leave it there. Let's see, dialogue, UI meshes. We have this, which, yeah, it might be okay. That might be good to do. Just start using it. Alright, let's use this one. I think this is alright. So what do we want to put in this folder?
You can then start typing. You can get to level sequence.
Okay, so we want a level sequence. There we go.
We'll do that. We'll call this ls roll vault 1 and save it. We can double click it to open it, so we now have it open in our scene. Let's add our...
Okay, and then we're gonna call it, what should we call it? Something vaulting. Let's call it mid-level though. Mid-vault. What are you doing? Go back. Fool. Fool. There you go. Alright.
our mannequin. So we go here under content, characters, UEFN mannequin meshes. You'll find them right here. Drag that into your sequencer, not the scene, because that'll automatically set it up to be a
Noted.
level, which means it'll go, like if you open it up in a different level, it'll just work. It'll bring
Okay. So let's go find Jordan. So we don't want the animation blueprint. What did we want? It was the
drag that into your sequencer.
skeletal mesh. Jordan, human. Skeletal mesh. I think it's this one, yes. And then we drag it into the sequencer, and I'll make it spawned. Now the question is, where did it spawn it? Okay, so she's right there. It's kind of in the ground a little bit. That's probably fine. Okay, you know what I'm realizing? We should probably do this in another scene, like an empty scene, right? I think this one has a little bit too much shit going on. So let's go find a character, or let's go find a map that this is gonna not create problems. Let's see. Biome test, testing rounds, asset showroom would probably work. Size score example map, level default blueprint. What's in this one? Oh my, okay. Actually, this is probably fine to duplicate if we just get rid of a bunch of the extra stuff. Alright, let's do this. So we're gonna duplicate it. We're gonna call it Animation Studio Room. Animation Studio. We're gonna open that. Go ahead and save, sure. And then we just need to go through. So we're gonna delete the arena geometry, camera controls, dialogue trigger, level operation, and then, yeah, we can leave all of those. We can take these out, take you out. PG music cues, okay, fine, never mind, don't delete that. Climb ledge, yep, cubes, hook points. You just get rid of all of that, and then get rid of everything except for the starting plane. Okay, and then let's bring our cube in. Drag it up like that. Maybe scale it down 1 point. Perfect. Just get that out of the way. Get you out of the way. Alright, perfect. So now if we bring this up, there she is. Admittedly, the lighting is not very pretty in here, but you know what? It's fine. It's not, that's not, that's not the purpose. It's not the concern. Main thing is just that we have a good space to make our animations as we wish. I'm actually gonna make this bigger again. There we go. That feels good. Okay.
Sequencer, not the scene, because that'll automatically set it up to be a spawnable, which means it'll go, like if you open it up in a different level, it'll just work. It'll bring the mannequin in for you. And then
Perfect.
We'll bring in our reference. We'll go back to our content browser. I'm going to drag in my reference video.
Oh.
And I'll put it in the roll vault directory. So now I have my reference.
See, he's being really smart. He's finding like video reference, animation reference.
And I'll go ahead and
I have not done that. Probably should.
Here. So if you select it, and then
it's
make sure
fine.
you have the viewport selected with it selected, hit Control A. That'll bring it in, and you do want to disable autoplay when you bring it into the sequencer. You can also just grab this and drag it over to the sequencer. And so let's see what we've got for our reference video.
We'll wing it. What's the worst that could happen? Shiny.
Everything looks great. Okay, so notice how I can actually slide out of my playable area. I don't want to be able to do that, so if you go to your playback options and say keep playhead and playback range while scrubbing, that will keep everything, so no matter what you do, it'll stay within the range. In this case, you'll notice it's a little, he's higher than the player. The main reason for that is I want to be able to see it during the entire period that I am animating the character without the character being in the way. So everything looks good there. So now we're going to bring in the pre-roll animation, which is the walk that leads up to this. And so to do that, what I'm going to do, you notice he has a little bit of a walk there before he hops up. So I will bring that animation in. So if we go to our mannequin, let's go ahead and add a control rig. Plus.
Oh, we can do that? Okay, hang on. So right click on it, I think. I'm just gonna move some stuff around really quickly. Shit, I need OBS back. Okay, so hide that. And then, can we drag this out a little bit just so I can see what we're dealing with? Yeah, okay. So he was right clicking on this and then, so you can bake a control rig. Where's the part that he was messing with? Oh, is it the plus? Yeah, there it is, control rig.
Sign, control rig, and select CR mannequin body. As now you'll see we have the control rig controls on it. And if we go down to this CR mannequin body, we can right click and say import anim sequence into this section.
Oh, interesting. Right click. Wait, do that again?
Body, we can right click, control rig controls on it. And if we go down to this CR mannequin body, we can right click and say import anim sequence.
Oh, so we do it. Sorry, I'm kind of going back and forth. I need like a hotkey or something to just bring the video up and down. Import anim sequence into the selection. So if we look for, say, a walk, Okay, so we don't want landing. Jump off, no jump. Walk to run. Traversal, hurdle, F, okay. So we got walking box, walking arc. Vault, climbing. I'm sorry, I'm looking through the list of all these, trying to find one that I like. So if you go back to content browser, maybe it'll be easier just to sort of go through and start this way. So we go character, animations, Jordan, and then we look for walk. We can look for something that'll get us what we want. So we don't want a transition. What does this look like? Okay, this is actually really close to what I want as an animation. This is actually pretty good. It might be worth it just to try and like modify this one rather than make one from, well, so making one from scratch would be a better lesson, right? We could definitely use the existing one, but I feel like if we do, we won't pick up as much information, right? We'll just sort of be leaning a little too heavily, I would say. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with using stuff that people have set up before, as long as you're not just like asset flipping or whatever. But I think especially for the purpose of like learning and understanding, we should do something a little bit more complete. Good lord, why are there so many walk animations? Okay, so that's going sideways. That's turning. I just want a basic frickin' like walk cycle. What does this one do? Yeah, so see, that's more of like a parkour roll. I don't really want that. That's a step up. That's going around in a circle. This library is too big. I can't find the one I want. Hang on, I feel like I'll try for a little bit longer, and if I can't find one that'll sort of do what we want, we'll figure it out. We'll make it work. Okay, so that's sideways movement. Didn't realize this was going to be such a problem. Okay, fuck it. Let's just do this. It's thinking about it. I don't know why this one is taking up so much brain power, but 1 second. Sure, let's just use this. Let's just use this one. That's fine. That's fine. So we want copy name. So we're just gonna import anim sequence and we're gonna search for it. There we go. Did it copy it? I don't think it copied it. Import anim sequence. Alright, let's put the video back on and see if I missed a step.
It's into this section. And here we can just start typing walk loop forward. And that should find M neutral walk loop forward from the game.
I probably should have followed along. I'm stupid.
Game animation sample. And we'll bring that in, and now you'll notice we can walk. And so this is a much faster way to bring animations in, vice creating a sequence for them, copying all their keys, and doing all that stuff. So it's just a one click, and you've got the animation right where you want it. And so we know if you watch the video, so let's do a little video analysis here for a second. So if you watch the video, and I'm going to hit Control 5 just to save that off in case we need to focus on the video in the future. So if we watch the video, he takes off from his left leg. So the end of his walk is...
Okay, hang on. We've got a problem. Jordan's arms are broken. Like, they're doing something very weird. I'm not sure what's going on there. Like, if we just bring up... If I bring up the animation in here, I can look to see if it's alright. Yeah, that looks fine. Okay, so that one's good. So something about the import got messed up. And it might be that it's using forward kinematics rather than inverse. Also, it stopped animating, and I don't know why it did that. What are you doing? Why are you doing it? Okay, can I convince you to shut up and delete all the keys? And we're just gonna go back in here. Let's delete everything. One. Let's try again. Okay, so we have walk loop F. Yeah. And then reset controls, reduce keys. Don't reset the controls. Show me what that looks like. Somehow even worse. What have you done? Chat, I'm confused. I'm confused. I don't know what broke. Sure, can we hide the cube for a second just while we're figuring this out? Global control root, control body offset. Okay. Let's do... I love when things stop working. Alright. Could you go over there? And then we're gonna go back here. Let's delete that. Let's just start over. We're gonna try and figure out what happened here. So we need to go character. Then we need the skeletal mesh. We're gonna drag that in there. And then we're gonna hit plus. Control rig. Attach the control rig to her. Alright, that looks good. And then let's try importing an animation sequence again. Okay. So import animation sequence. We're gonna look for walk loop F again. I believe he had reset controls checked on. I didn't actually see either of those. I didn't see the window show up.
Here you want it. Copying all. And so this is a much that should find M neutral walk loop forward from the game animation sample.
Okay, his just did it. Reduce keys, reset controls. Reset controls to initial value on every frame. Yeah, go ahead and do that. And then we make to control rig. Okay, undo. Oh, god damn it. Okay. And then we're gonna import the rig. Something is not working the way that it is supposed to. Okay, let me test something before we actually get to this. If I grab this and move it. Okay, so the good news is it is, in fact, actually moving the character the way that it is supposed to. That is working as intended. So if I grab this, it should move the character around. Okay, good. Okay. Good. So that's good. Important first step. So now the question is, if I want to import an animation, did I miss something?
Control rig and select CR mannequin body.
Oh, I might have.
So now we're going to bring in the pre-roll animation, which is the walk that leads up to this. And so to do that, what I'm going to do, you notice he has a little bit of a walk there before he hops up. So I will bring that animation in. So if we go to our mannequin, let's go ahead and add a control rig. The plus sign.
Okay.
Control rig and select CR mannequin body. As now you'll see we have the control rig controls on it. And if we go down to this CR mannequin body, we can right click and say import anim sequence into this section. And here we can just start typing walk loop forward, and that should find M neutral walk loop forward.
Okay. So what I'm wondering, I wonder if there's something in the animation itself that perhaps broke it. Okay. So if we import anim, and we look for walk loop forward again, reduce keys, reset control, bake to the control rig. Okay, so now it's at least back to doing this, which is better, but you can see there's a lot that's still like really busted about it. The neck looks okay. It feels like the head is kind of... Yeah, I think the arms are just really weird. And frankly, I think what it might be... Alright, let's go back to the beginning. I think what it is... Okay, so the neck... is off. Okay, yeah, I think it might be this. So let's go back to 0. We're gonna select all of our frames. That is not what I asked you to do. And delete all of those. Why have you disconnected the mesh again? And Unreal crashed. All right, hold please. Yes, restore selected. So how are you, chat? I'm having a grand old time. I am loving game development in all of its ways. Okay, let's try this again, shall we? Once Unreal finishes booting up. Haven't crashed yet today? That's good! 200 card pickup. That sounds like too many cards. Yes, go ahead and restore the asset viewer. Thank you. Alright, and then let's go find our map again. We're gonna go back to our empty space, right? And here we are. Where did our level sequencer go? Oh, I know why. We gotta go back to animations. Then we're gonna open this one up. There you are. Alright, so that spawns our character back in. Alright, so right now, nothing is queued. And spilled out. Oh, okay. Okay. So let's save everything. And then we're gonna try. Okay. So yeah, I think part of what might have been messing with it was the IKs being turned on or off, right? Possibly? It doesn't feel like that was the extent of the problem. Why does life have no undo command? Something about paradoxes. Let me try something really quickly. I just want to see. So if we go back to our animations, I want to see what walk loop back looks like. Okay, that is a back step. See, I feel like we should be able to use walk loop F. Yeah, you just kind of stare at it and you're like, honestly, that's kind of the mood that I have right now. That is kind of where I am at right this moment. Right, so if we go here, this is the animation loop. It looks really good. It's fine, right? Everything is moving the way I want it to. The hands are in the right place. The neck isn't doing anything fucky. So it has something to do with how it is being imported and not with the animation itself. So I'm not sure why it's not working. So we're gonna give it another go. And see if it will do the thing that we want it to do. It's probably not going to. Okay, nope. Okay, so global. Neck. Okay. So grab this. Grab all of our keys. Delete. Create a new key right here. And we're going to turn it on. Well, that doesn't help anything, does it? I'm not sure. Okay, so that actually looks pretty good. Alright, so is that the problem? Is it just the IK versus the FK. I mean, the leg looks pretty good. So let's try grabbing the others. Yeah, so we want to leave the leg on. Spine is fine where it is. See, even if we turn the IK and the FK off, it's not solving the problem. Let's try deleting all the frames and seeing if that... Yeah, why the fuck? Global controls seem fine. If we take this and move it. Okay, so that's working the way we expect it to. If we hit play, it's doing that. Yeah, why is it doing this? Okay, and now it's done the thing where it's disconnected the rig again. I don't get why it's broken is the problem. Okay, here's what I would like to do. We're going to delete the rig. We're going to attach a new one. We're gonna reattach it. What I would like to try doing is bring a different animation in. I just want to see if all of them are broken. Or if it's something like... Yeah, that looks pretty broken. Okay. So what that is making me think is if the rig, the modular rig itself is having issues. I mean, that seems pretty good. Doesn't seem like there's anything really out of place there. The skinning seems fine. Perhaps not, you know, impeccable, but serviceable, to say the least. What are you doing, kiddo? Why are you not working? The arm setup seems to be okay. The neck is okay. So If I add the control rig in, like, it seems to be fine. It's like there's a disconnect between what's going on in the animation sequences and what's going on, what the modular rig is trying to do. Let me try this just to see what it does. I wonder. Wait, where are these coming from? Okay, animation. So plus animation. And then we've got this. Okay, so I'm adding like I hit this and I don't know. Okay, so it's trying to run this animation, right? Like it has this sequence built into it. But then see, it's just kind of like wiggling around. It's not really doing it per se. That's super weird. Just out of curiosity, if you set the weight to 0, do you both stop? Yeah, it doesn't bother it anymore. Okay, that's... Oh, excuse me. That's good to know. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm gonna try one more thing. I want to see what using an animation montage instead of a sequence does to it. Or if it'll even allow that. I don't think it's gonna allow it. It doesn't seem to want to. Okay. So montages are out. It has to be an animation sequence. And then if I just grab this guy. Okay, let's try not resetting the controls. And then we bake it. And then it does that again. Okay, so now you're doing that. Oh, why? Please don't. Please don't. Okay. Could I convince you to just take everything within the selection and just move it over to 0? Kind of, but you're still... Okay. Okay, why? Okay, so that'll at least reset to the A pose. I do love non-destructive setups, right? That you can always just kind of fall back. You don't need to like completely redo everything all the time. So I appreciate that much of it. Out of sheer curiosity, if I just drag this in here, what does it do? Okay, it attaches it to the animations. Okay. Bake to control rig. Bake animation sequence, bake pose asset. That's for later. Evaluate in pre-roll. Show verticals. Edit track. Global control. Root control. Okay. So we might need to come back to this. We might just need to put a pin in it. I might need to reach out to a friend and see if they can help to explain what's going on, because I'm looking at this and like each of the parts working in isolation seems like it should be working. But then when I try and put the parts together, they're not. I'm not sure where the discrepancy is happening, right? So, yeah, oh no, this sucks. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's not working. It really feels like it should be. Got the modular rig. Control rig, yeah. Got the skeletal mesh, which is what we dragged in here. And then yeah, nothing about this should be broken. Obviously something is, that's pretty self-explanatory, but it doesn't make sense that we don't. It should just slot in. Okay, let me see if I can find something explaining why this doesn't work in a more straightforward way. Combined imported animation sequence. Okay, animating in the sequencer. Track, control rig. So we imported the control rig, yeah. Okay, wait, hang on. Let's try this really quickly. Okay, it was a little bit more than I meant to do, but it's fine. So bring the skeletal mesh back in. And then we have animation. And then we're going to add a track. There's a couple of things that they've updated since this was taken, but that's okay. We can find it. Or no, we hit the plus right here, and then we look for control rig. Filter asset by animatable controls. I wonder if that's the problem. Let me go back and check the tutorial and see if that was turned on and I just didn't notice that. So when he imports,
Control A, that'll bring it in, and you do want to let's see, let me bring it into this. Hit Control A, select the role vault directory. So now I have my. It'll bring with that into your sequence. Go like if you open it up in a different level, it'll.
Okay. So it's bringing the video in.
Playable arrangement. Play on it and select CR mannequin body.
No, he doesn't have animatable controls checked on, so that's not a requirement. Okay, so going back to the documentation. Hello, Jack. Happy Thursday, or I suppose Friday. Whichever day. I hope it's a good day, whichever day it may be. How's the Arcana going? Not great. We have a bit of a homunculus situation. It's fucky, to say the least. So, I was about to just say we're gonna try again later, but we're gonna try and salvage this for a little bit. We're gonna see if we can do some problem solving. Hate to hear it, I know. I hate to hear it too. It's never fun when you accidentally typo an umlaut. And thank you for the resub. Thank you for the resub in this incredibly scuff of times. For 37 months. Jack, can you believe it? It's been that long. Thank you, Jack. Okay. So, this is part of, honestly, like, part of me does want to just take it offline. Like, not end the stream, but, you know, try and figure out what's going on offline and come back to it another day. But this is part of the process, right? Bug hunting, problem solving is a huge part of game development. It's autocorrect for my phone. Your phone's just like, you wanted an umlaut, right? Okay, so we're gonna try problem solving for a little bit. We're gonna see if we can figure out what the hell is going on. If we can, awesome. If we cannot, then we'll do some drawing. Okay, so we add a control rig. We hit that. Expanding control rig will reveal the list of controls that can be animated. Yeah. Controls can be keyframed. Yep. You can set up multiple control rigs. Layered control rig track. Convert to layered. Order 100. I don't really care about any of those. Animation mode, FK control rigs. Okay, so that was just like the very basics on okay, and then right click here, use bake to control rig. Animation panel on the left, enable the only select rig options open. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and do that for now. The viewport using control alt tricking right over the making the animation. Okay, let's try it rather than just skimming through it. I know the German brain. Unfortunately, I effectively know German. I maybe know a couple of words, but I wouldn't even promise it. The nice side is English has enough Germanic crossover that you can kind of pick up a fair amount of stuff contextually, but it's not great. Okay. Click and drag over the cursor to select all of the body controls. Oh, I wonder if this might have been a problem. Oh. Interesting. So I clicked and dragged, but it didn't pick up these controls, the FKs. And I wonder if that maybe has something to do with it. So let's just turn the feather controls off. Actually, here, fuck it. Okay, in the sequencer, click and drag to the 15-second where we're going to skip that part. Okay, place the mouse over the sequencer window and press S on the keyboard to add a keyframe. Sure. In the viewport window, select all and modify. Oh, maybe that's why it has -7 as a starting point. Just so that you can sort of have everything saved there. Okay. Repeat the steps as many times as needed. Alright, so let's try this. Let's try this as a go, as a thing, and see if this does something. Okay, import animation sequence. So walk, loop, F. This is probably not going to fix it, but it's worth a try. Okay. So what's very strange is it imported everything, but it automatically went to the part where the character itself doesn't animate, which it was doing before, but it was doing like after. I had messed with it. So why? Okay, let's try this. UE5. Character not following rig. Animation sequence. Control rig doesn't work in UE 5.1. Make animation not working. Excuse. It feels like a local global space problem since many bones are staying relative to the body. Control bone. The problem is that there are extra bones in the UE5 manatee skeleton which do not apply to the mesh and can't control them in the control rig, but when you bake the animation they process and mess everything up. Once you make the rig, you should see way less bones in the viewport, and this means you're using the correct skeleton. Make sure you derive the control rig from the simple mesh. Simple mannequin fixed it. Alright. The character goes into A pose and doesn't do anything. First you need to see is mint. Backward solve is applied. Thank you for the house. Was able to get the control rig working in the animation sequence area. There's a problem is updating the post. Solve this issue if you want to check it out. Why does everybody always just link to a fucking YouTube video? Just write it.
But I have a problem. You can see my control rig doesn't animate these animations. So convert to layered.
Convert to layered.
Go save.
Oh, interesting. Where was that? Okay, what are the options in here? Maybe this has something. Only select rig controls, local.
Right click and convert to layer.
Convert to layer. Okay. We can try it and see if that does something. Oh, weird. It lost all of the keyframing. Well, why did it do that? Probably because I converted it. Okay, let's try one more time. Walk loop F. Reset controls, switches keys. Okay, so just do that. Okay. So that's not ideal. Okay, better. But now you're back to the disconnect problem. So how do I get you to do the right fucking thing? Okay, let's take all of this. Delete those keyframes. Key them right here. Let's turn them off. Does that help anything? It doesn't, because you're still not following the rig. Why are you not following the rig? Okay. Let's go back up here. That's IK. Okay, this is interesting. Because right now, Okay, so see how when I hit the spine FKIK toggle, it goes back and forth between the two configurations, right? There is something that is happening there. Same thing if I do the neck, right? The arms are not updating. Arms are not updating. The hand is there. The feet controls are partly there. There is a whole, like, there is a level of fuckery that is going on that I do not understand. Okay, and now you're following the rig, but you're broken again. Is the walk pose using the additional bones? I believe it is. Yes, it is. So why would that be creating a problem? It shouldn't be. If I go to the control rig, yeah, it has the bones, it has the controls. Because that one thing that the one thread that I was reading was saying was that there were too many bones, and so stuff was getting remapped to the wrong locations, right? And it was breaking things. Okay, so there's our control rig. Everything looks correct there, right? If we grab our control for the feather, but that's the elbow movement. Okay, that makes sense. That looks good. Out of curiosity, if I go back here, if I go find our animation, we go walk, loop, F. Okay, drag this in here. So now it's doing that wiggle thing again, right? So we're gonna right click on the rig. Is it the rig? No, it's this. And then we're gonna, was it that? Convert to layered. Oh my god. Okay, well at least it doesn't permanently destroy anything. Hierarchy, controls, axis scale, spaces, constraints. Okay, so use it. I don't get why it's broken. I don't know why it's not doing the thing that it is supposed to be doing. And frankly, I don't know. Like, it... No, you know? So I don't think any of the components that we have are broken, right? Because if we bring the character in and have her start running around, it looks great, right? Like the animations, obviously a lot of the sequencing and whatnot is weird, but the actual animation, the running around, the doing stuff, that part looks fine. So I don't think it's a problem with the control rig or the animation itself. It's something weird about how the animation sequence is getting imported to the control rig. And I don't know where I'm supposed to go to solve that. Illusion characters, automatic retargeting. Open project. Controls, feet IK, fix a weapon position angle. Arms, swap between.
It took me a while, but I found out a nice workflow to edit animations with the control rig for Unreal Engine's mannequin and control rig that exists with its animation sample or equipment. This way of animating, it's nice because you can add personality to your character and you don't even have to open
Sorry,
up Maya
I'm just checking to
or
see if this
Blender.
video has anything to
And this can also
help out.
be used if you create new weapons and you need to author or edit existing and work
Yep,
that
moving.
and pick what you look around to get one. The tool I'm using span rig. So this will be my comment in the comment section. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and bake to control rig.
Okay, so maybe this part.
Long for packaging. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and open that one. And then if you want to edit it, you can click this to expand the toolbar. Or if it's large enough, mine isn't because I'm using a UI scale of 1.2. So I can click this to expand, and then I'm going to choose edit in sequencer, and I'm going to bake to the control rig, which is the control rig we saw earlier. So the mannequin body. So this will bake this animation to the control rig's controls. Okay, and then I like to reduce the keys so that I have nicer curves to work with. This reset controls, I still don't know exactly what it does. I've tried with and without, and I couldn't figure it out. So if you have any idea, please
So
put
that
a
didn't
comment in the comment section.
really
And
solve the
I'm gonna
problem.
go ahead and bake to control rig. Okay, and I'm gonna minimize this. And what this will do is that it will open a...
Okay. So I want to try, I think, one more thing for right now. So one, let's just get rid of all of our IK frames, or our IK control frames, right? We're just gonna sort of leave that unset. This seems fine. Then we got all of that. Basically, I just want to go in. I want to find all of the arm control shit. And I just want to delete all of these keyframes. Because I want to understand what it's doing. Right? Like if I grab this and drag it out, what is it trying to do? Okay. Actually, I changed my mind. Can we bring those keyframes back? Okay. Then the thumb. Location X. So if I bring that over, are you? I wonder if this is something wrong. Hey, Frosty. Sorry, I'm really locked in trying to figure out what is going on with our system. It is not behaving the way that it is supposed to, if this horrible nightmare of hand-shaped geometry is any indication. We're going to try doing a little bit more bug squashing tonight, but we're probably going to have to put this on the shelf while I try and figure out something. How are you doing? How's your Thursday going? Let me try something really quickly. Okay, so if we take this, we're going to put it at 0. And then I want you to just go 0, 0, 0. Your location is at 0. That's 0. Okay. Index finger looks good. Middle finger. Ring metacarpal and pinky. Okay. And then if we go to the feather, okay, so never minding, like the hand looks a little bit curved inward in a way perhaps that I don't like. We can rotate it out. Okay. So the problem is because of how this is keyed, right? It's gonna immediately snap back. But let's do this, alright? Let's take okay, yeah, so let's just take all of these We're going to delete all those frames and then key it at 0. So drag back to 0. And then we're going to key all of these. Okay, so this might be... Well, yeah, so I think what's happening here... I think there's a couple of things that are happening. I think what we're seeing is, well... Okay, so index L, index R. What the fuck is wrong with you? Okay, so you didn't move at all. But I suppose that might be part of the problem. If we go back up to IK, if we turn IK and FK off, okay, so then that looks like that, and then you're broken again. Okay, keep the legs on. Is it the FK controls? Calf, hand, R, FK control, and L, FK. No, that's staying in one place. That's fine. Is it something in the I case? Head, leg, foot. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, so the hand isn't moving. The leg isn't moving. Neither the FKs or the IKs. Then the ring metacarpal. Oh wait, is the one part of the hand? Kind of. Okay, so if we take all of these, let's just worry about the one hand for right now, right? The right hand is kind of fucked, but it's worth trying just on the one that we've already kind of messed with to see if clearing out these keyframes. Oh, I don't think did I fix the thumb? Yes. Okay, thumb is fine. Just clear those out. And clear those out. Alright, so let's go over here just so that's a little bit easier to see, right? Something is still really fucked up. It looks better. It looks better. But it's still really janky. It's still really janky. So there's two thoughts that I have as far as like pretending to accept this is working. One, this is a lot of cleanup work for something that should be much more fluid. Two, again, if we like go back to this, it's perfect, right? The animation just works. So I don't understand how we're getting from what we see here to what we see in the rig itself, or in the animation sequence, right? It's not making sense. And frankly, I don't think I'm gonna figure it out tonight. We can try doing one more thing just out of sheer curiosity, but I'm not particularly confident. So if we go back here, we're gonna edit in sequencer, bake to control rig, do this process again, reduce the keys. No, and she was saying she likes to reduce the keys.
And then I like to reduce the keys so that I have nicer curves to work with. This reset controls, I still...
Okay, so she has the tolerance very low. Let's just leave it at default. Bake to control rig. It still breaks it. Unlink level sequence. Well, that's interesting. Unlinking the level sequence broke the rig's connection to the character, but why did it do that? Why did you do that? Fuck it, make it layered. Show me what that does. It breaks everything. Cool, Pog, love it. What are you even doing at this point? Okay, can we just try one more time? One more time. Bring this in. Bake to control rig. Reduce keys. Sure, do that. Still broken. Go back up into here. Unlink the level sequence for safety. Okay, so that didn't disconnect it this time. But it's still busted, and I don't get why it's busted. Well, now it's not even doing the same thing. It's like doing some kind of weird... It's a very silly walk. It is a very silly walk there. Convert scene. No. Loop, rate scale, interpolation. I want to try one more thing. I want to try one last thing. So let's see. Let's get rid of this. We're going to re-import the rig. Bring that in. I'm just wondering if the root motion is somehow messing it up. Probably not. Well, that was certainly at least less destructive. Though... Okay. Fuck it. Hello, Tisha. I don't know what the fuck the walk cycle is doing. It's doing whatever it wants. Got another trick up my sleeve. Blech. Oh. I was not expecting them to do that. Admittedly, I am somewhat put out. Alright, well, Chooms, I'm gonna take that as a sign. I'm gonna take that as a sign that we should just let this go for tonight. Let's go back to the landing page. I'm just gonna So, what I'm going to try and do is I will consult with some friends, consult the internet. I will do my best to do all this before next week. See if I can find something to explain where the problem is happening, right? Where the disconnect is happening. And we will try again next week. But I think for tonight, we're just gonna give it a big ol' frick. Just a big ol' frick. And we're gonna go over to Clip Studio and do a little bit of art instead. So, if that's cool with you guys, why don't we take just like a 1 minute break? I'm gonna do a very short ad break. I'm gonna go stand up and take a couple of deep breaths. And when I get back, we will load up Clip Studio and we will work on our Eve drawing and just decompress a little bit. How does that sound? Alright, let me put the banner up. Let me put the BRB up. And I'll see you all in a few minutes. I hope I would ask everybody, take this opportunity to stretch, get something to drink, get yourself a little treat, use the bathroom if you gotta, and I'll see you all in just a little bit. Where is my mouse? It's way over there. Okay, there we go. That makes more sense. Alright, see y'all in a minute. Bye, choose. Okay. Sorry about that. 1 second. I'm just grabbing something up. There you are. I had. Come back. Thank you. I had dinner. I did eat before stream. It was a bit of a light dinner. So I've got a couple extra crackers and some hummus. I'm gonna munch on it a little bit while we work on this. Let me just grab these in a second. There we go. That's it. Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, sorry about the dev thing. That was... It did not go according to plan. But some days it do be like that. And frankly, right now, I don't know, maybe we could go sleuthing through the internet, but one, that's not a very fun stream. It's not a very fun stream to watch me just tack a hackermans through YouTube videos and forums and whatever else trying to find somebody who happens to know the answer to a problem. And two, I really just don't have the brain power for it tonight, I don't think. So I think we're just gonna... Unfortunately, that did not give me any extra brain power. Okay, so let's get Clip Studio loaded up. Then we're gonna load up our Eve drawing. We're just gonna chill for the rest of the evening, I think, and work on that for a little while and see where we can get. Unfortunately, that did not. Honestly, that might have been giving me less brain power. Alright, there we go. Let me put the banner away too. There we are. There we go. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna pause the lo-fi for a little bit. Got a few extra videos that I want to, or a few extra songs I wanted to play through. I just, trying to DJ while doing dev stuff is impossible, so I don't worry about it too much. That's a mood. That's a mood right there. Okay, let me grab one other reference thing while I am getting set up. So I have an idea for the background that I want to do. I'm gonna see if I can find a little bit of color reference or something that'll just feel good for the background. Woke up today and chose violence. I noticed. Good morning, night. That's a funny thing to say. There we go. There's the reference. Okay. Ooh, okay. So she has... Are these dahlias? We were talking about this before. No. Dahlia looks like it has a lot more petals. Yeah, it has this very interesting, like, almost spherical bloom. It's very pretty. Don't you always? It feels that way. Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. So yeah, her new outfit is not... Like, it's definitely different from the old one. It's not a huge departure thematically. Just kind of a new one. Okay, let's get our inspiration board open, and I'm just gonna copy this in really quickly. And then we're gonna pull this color. Alright, I'm gonna drop the opacity for a little bit while we do this. I want to start by grabbing a nice color, or working a little bit on the background, just because I thought about it last time and didn't really get to actually doing anything with it. So the funny thing is, oh, interesting. I tried using this a little bit on Ivy's piece, and I just wasn't really happy with it, right? It didn't feel very good. Color mixing, change push to color. Wait, so why does it change it to just be black if it doesn't have any mixing? How bizarre. This is a strange brush. I suppose it's technically a material and not a brush, but it behaves in peculiar ways. I suppose it's working okay. And just sort of soften it up in a few places. Okay, and then let's do this as just sort of an additional layer of interest, right? So we're gonna sort of like more manually paint in. Go. And then if we set that to overlay, yeah, that's kind of fun. I'll take that. Like, it doesn't need to be a lot, right? But I feel like it's just a little bit of a nice background. It gives us something to look at without being distracting, right? Okay. Back to the main attraction. Oh. Fuck. I gotta work on the flowers now, don't I? I don't wanna! Alright, well. Nothing else for it. I do feel sometimes like I need to work on the game more. Because really the dev streams are the only time that I get hands-on with it, you know? As part of the reason that the dev streams are so important to me is I want to make sure that I'm getting something done on it, you know, somewhere. But the I don't know, then we run into situations like this where we have issues and I don't know how to solve it. And where we're kind of up a creek until I get around to putting some time in to investigate and solve the problem. So at some point I need to actually just sit down and start working on the game independently. Yeah, we were talking earlier about the bullshittery around Subnautica 2 that the publisher was pulling. And, you know, I sort of checked in on the comments under the article posting, which is a risky play, but I was kind of curious to see what the discussion was. And I was seeing a fair number of people sort of asking about and discussing how to, you know, sort of support the devs without giving the publisher any money. Because a lot of them were basically saying, a lot of the, you know, comments were basically saying like, okay, well, this puts them on my shit list, right? I don't want to buy anything from them if this is how they're going to behave, because buying from them would be rewarding that behavior. So, you know, I appreciate that people were still trying to be supportive of the devs and trying to find some way to be constructive about it. I don't know, it just... I think I was talking last stream about the consequences of negative reputation, that when you burn good faith and you convince people that you're not gonna be somebody to associate with or have a good relationship with because you're gonna turn around and stab them in the back. Like, people are, you know, not just saying, oh, I don't know if I'm going to buy Subnautica 2. They're saying, I don't want to buy anything from Crafton again. So, I hope it was worth it. Someone said it would be. I don't know, it's a fucky situation. a funky situation. It's bad for the consumers. I feel like it's terrible for the developers too, right? Like if you have the feeling, the sense of, I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna do my job. I'm gonna do the best that I can. But, the people that are pulling the strings, the people that are making the decisions, don't care about the quality of the end result, then how is the work that I'm doing going to have any meaningful impact? Right? I'm just sort of doing my hardest in face of all of that. I mean, I think the folks at Microsoft are dealing with that the worst might be a bit extreme, but, with all the layoffs that they're going through, I feel like that's gotta be on a lot of people's minds of, we can work our asses off and make a top quality product that is really well received and acknowledged and sells well, and then our studio gets shut down anyway. So why should I work hard? You can consider long-term repercussions if the action had in the first place. Probably not. I don't feel like it's anywhere in the modern business playbook to think about anything farther than like 2 quarters ahead, right? If it's 9 months in the future, it's not a concern. It's not on anybody's radar, which is absurd. But it kind of just seems to be how people are doing things now. I don't get that. I really do not get that. I don't know. The whole thing is very frustrating just because... So, I think what's particularly frustrating about this one, even compared to something like Microsoft is very frustrating, right? It's so many people getting affected, so many people left out in the lurch. And it doesn't feel like the people that are responsible are gonna face any repercussions. But I think one of the things that people are sort of holding out hope on with a lot of these massive earthquakes in the game industry is that the Indian AAA scene seems to be doing very well. They're creating darlings and viral successes and fascinating projects and capturing a lot of very good attention. And so I think a lot of gamers and game enthusiasts are really sort of looking at the Indian AA scene being like, you guys are the only thing kind of keeping this healthy and afloat right now. So to see something like Subnautica 2, which I would still classify as a AA project, get fucked over like this, I think is very distressing. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know. I don't know what to do about all of it. Let's clean this up a little bit. We're always good at shit sometimes. The only thing to do is laugh and keep moving until I find a better time. Living is a form of resistance. It is true. I'm hoping that karma does prove to be a force in the universe. Okay. Flowers are looking pretty good. I didn't want to do another pass on them, but good setup at the very least. Let's work on this. This has not been messed with at all yet, it looks like. I might actually try something really quickly in a minute. I want to try adding perhaps a little bit of backlighting. This lesson is sponsored by the anime One Piece. God damn it. You snuck it back around to One Piece. I can't believe you. How dare you. So do you think about the volume of episode to find us? Yeah, it's the Simpsons did it situation of like at some point or another it came up in One Piece by the sheer law of large numbers. Speaking of large numbers, doing okay on the segues tonight, Kaiga. Thanks, Kaiga. I appreciate the positive affirmations. GDQ has been going on all week, and let me refresh the stream really quick because last time I saw they were up over $800,000. They might be close to 900. Where's the counter? Why is it so hard to find? Oh, Halo Reach. I might have to go back and watch the VOD for that one. That sounds fun. Oh shit, they crossed $1 million. They're at $1,023,000. With a few days left to go. So, probably I'd be kind of surprised if they reach 2, but that's still a huge amount of money. I love GDQ. I love GDQ. It's a little cringe, it's very silly, but I feel like that's part of the charm. It's just like, yeah, we're all being a bunch of big dumb nerds together and playing games extra nerdy and obsessively, and we're doing it for a really good cause. I do think there was kind of a difficult point that GDQ ran into where, you know, they were growing like every year. You know, every year they were breaking records, they were making more money and more money and more money. And I think they kind of got to a point where they were chasing the growth a bit too hard, right? They were trying to sort of, you know, not like push people to donate. I mean, I think there was some like pressure to donate more than there should have been. And, you know, they started sort of introducing like incentives that really were like too high of a bar. I think there was a little bit of burnout, right? There was a little bit of like, you're demanding too much of donators to try and hit these targets, less for the sake of doing good and more for the sake of saying, look how much money we raised. I think they've backed off of that, right? They've kept some of the ideas, but I think they've introduced them in healthier, more friendly ways, right? So now, like, they have milestone incentives, right? So they have a number of different things, right? They have bid wars of like, hey, this game is coming up. Should we play as this character or that character? Or, you know, what skin should we wear? What should we name the save file? And then people can put their bids towards, you know, whichever one they want to see happen. That's one of the oldest ones that they've had. And then they have, you know, additional like showcase glitch exhibitions. They have additional games can be unlocked for, you know, if we raise X amount of money. And that, I think, was where it was getting really bad. That they were like, you know, if we raise this amount of money, then we'll show off this game. And it was kind of like, that's too much. It's too high of a bar. People have to really open their wallets to make it happen, and it just isn't working. So they kept some of those, but they lowered the number quite a bit. They lowered the requirements in a lot of cases. What they kind of did to balance it out a little bit is they introduced milestone incentives. So it's like, okay, you know, we're at $500,000 right now. At, you know, 550 or whatever, we'll unlock this additional game run. Right? So it's not like donations dedicated towards unlocking a game. It's just if we reach this much as a total donation for the charity, then we unlock this additional run, right? So it's less aggressive, it's less demanding. It's kind of easier targets to hit. I generally think like the setup that they have now is looking much better. It feels better. That said, with everything going on, I think people are still like the highest of the highs. They're still not hitting it. I think a lot of it's just because, you know, people don't have as much that they can afford to give. But, you know, I think GDQ recognizes like we can't expect to hit and exceed previous records, and we shouldn't try and like push people or guilt people into trying to chase those targets. You should focus a lot more just on making the event good and fun. And if we do that, people will donate what they can afford to. And people are, right? Like, people still care very much. People are still giving what they can. It's just, you know, it's difficult. I put in a little bit earlier just to try and help push an incentive, and I always try to give when I can to it. It sounds like I'm being very critical of GDQ. I think it's just something that a lot of people run into. Okay, Jack. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out for a little bit. Sorry the game dev stuff went kind of sideways, but I hope it was still fun. And I'll see you next time. I hope you have a really good rest and a really good start to your weekend. Everyone say goodnight. Do it now. Yeah, what I was saying, I think the general the feeling of you always have to get more, right? Like, okay, you reach this level, you reach this success, well, that's great. So now next time, you have to do that plus one, right? Whatever your current success was, now you gotta do more. You gotta go higher. You gotta, if you're working out, you gotta lift heavier weights, you gotta run farther, you gotta bike farther, you gotta make more money, you gotta have more viewers, you gotta have bigger sales, whatever it is. It's like, I mean, the number that we hit before was pretty good. It was actually really good. Can we just aim for that again? No, it has to be more. It's like, you realize there is a hard limit on these things, right? It's like the speed of light. You're going to have to put more and more in to try and achieve bigger and bigger numbers, and eventually it just becomes untenable. And trying to pursue it is a fool's errand. You're going to blow yourself up trying to reach it. But it's very tantalizing, right? It's very tantalizing, and it's sort of been coded in as what success looks like, right? Success isn't just, you know, a substantial milestone, it is the upward progression. But there's only so much up that can be achieved. like for myself in my career, you know, right now I am a senior artist, right? I've been working at my job for about 3.5 years. A little bit more. Wait, is it 3.5? Yeah. Yeah, 3.5 going on 4. So, you know, I have a senior title. And sort of the expectation is that I would start moving up into directing or production at some point. Which I don't really want to do because I see what the art producers and art directors do. You know what they don't do? They don't do art. They don't make things anymore. Their project is the team. Their project is making sure that all of the team members have what they need and that everything is functioning smoothly. And I don't want to do that. I don't think I'm particularly good at it. And it doesn't interest me. My brain just starts to tune out when it goes for too long. Right? Like, I can do that in short bursts. I can, you know, sort of run support for the team, provide feedback on stuff, you know, run a meeting. But if that were my job day in and day out, I would try and find another job. You know, I've communicated that to my own bosses, and I think they have understood, like, Kaiga is not going to really get into a production role and enjoy and excel at it. So what can we do to still sort of make sure that they are actually doing production stuff, doing on the ground work? Yeah, it definitely means that I have not gotten promoted as much as I might have otherwise, but I dare say I enjoy my job more than I would otherwise. Which, I don't know, if I'm gonna be doing it 40 hours a week, I'd like to fucking enjoy it. Yeah, I just painted out the necklace. I'll add the necklace back in later. Listen, respectively, say more I can say about mine. Yeah. I think yeah. I forget, Mage, do you work in tech? Are you tech adjacent? Because yeah, I feel like the tech industry in particular, and then a lot of other industries are sort of trying to copy the tech industry because the tech industry makes so much money, so they gotta be doing something right, right? They gotta be making the right moves to be making as much money as they are, right? Image processing. Interesting. Don't know much about that. By much, I mean much of anything. Hehehe. I don't know. It's very weird and it's kind of frustrating because I do feel like the game industry, you know, at least in the trenches, is a lot of talented people that care a lot about the work that they're doing and the stuff that they're creating and want to do the best that they can. Description is copy information from the left and put it to the right. Sounds important. There we go. But yeah, unfortunately. Well, and I will say, I think a good producer, a good manager, what I always say is producer's job, producer's project is the team itself, right? Making sure that they have the resources that they need and the good morale and everything to make the best whatever it is that they can. So, yeah, if the manager is not listening and accommodating as best as they are able, then they're not doing their job very well. And they put you in everything you struggle. Then yeah, they're bad at their job. Clearly they have never played an RPG. That does sound really frustrating, I am sorry. Go. Just soften this up a little bit, add some rim to contain and control it a bit, right? So I don't think we're gonna be able, well, and I'm saying this like we're gonna finish it tonight, right? But I think what we're gonna wind up with is probably delivering this on Tuesday. So I like to head over to people's streams and deliver it. And it's definitely not to stroke my own ego. But yeah, she's gonna be busy with an event on Saturday. And so I think Tuesday will be the best time. You're the most accurate with the least errors and we just don't have enough hands to put you where you're strong and then they complain that I can't meet the goals. So I definitely don't have the same problem. But it kind of feels the same, that a lot of my particular strengths are in the doing of the work. Right? Making the assets, solving the problems. Right? That's where I help the team excel. And the more that I get put in positions of having to, provide feedback and support to other people, the less time I have to do the thing that, made me notable. So yeah, for you, it's like you are the best at doing the work, but then they don't just let you stick to that lane and do the work. It's like, if you want me to do the thing that you appreciate me for it, let me do the thing. I think everyone definitely, has the things that they excel at, the things that they're particularly good at. And cinema therapy was talking a little bit about, like, finding satisfaction and contentment with work, right? Like, you're not necessarily going to love your job, right? Nobody loves their job all the time. They don't love every aspect of their job. But if you can find something about your job that you enjoy, that you appreciate, that you can engage with in a meaningful way, right? And sort of build on that, that can be enough. I know it's hard, right? I'm starting our current program, boss told me to stop sending things one at a time and just send a list at the end of the day. Well, that's a way to go about it if you want a giant inundation of tasks or reports or whatever. And then you probably end up complaining about having too many reports at the end of the day. Yeah, like for my job, I don't do necessarily a lot of what I might consider to be art in a more traditional sense, right? Like, we get to do some stuff that I would consider artistic, but a lot of it is very like, task-oriented, kind of rote. There's a lot of repetitive activity in what we do for our jobs. But I still find satisfaction whenever there's sort of an opportunity of like, oh, we have this problem. And, I get to spend a few days investigating ways to sort of deliver what the target is. I enjoy those days. I enjoy those days where I just get to put on some YouTube and hunker down and be like, I gotta figure this out, nobody talk to me. She got him to swear. Well, I don't know what he expected. So, I don't know. It is a... This whole work thing is so... It's a conundrum. I'm a stranger to myself, on the streets of someone else. feels better. Equal parts fear, respect, and hatred. I'm just gonna clean up this rim a little bit more. There we go. As a shadow in the dark comes to me infrequently and breaks your perfect heart. Where's my fan? There you go. And the shadow slips away. There we go. I'm a stranger to myself. On the streets I'm someone else. Like a demon in the dark, come to tear us apart. Okay, and then a little bit more up here. It's just a little too dark. I'm all for receding into the background, but this is like shaded excessively. Okay. We still... Okay, this is all paint over, so we can just clean it up. Maybe. Or maybe I'm stupid. There we go. It looks alright. Okay. I'm gonna go in. We're gonna get these ribbons on the arms figured out. Work on this for a minute. Okay, so what are these doing? We're gonna go like that. Then we got 1, 2. And then we got a loop that kind of comes out like this. Sort of triangular in shape. Okay, and then the other knot, or the other loop comes sort of out of here, and then connects back through like this. And then you guys kind of come out like so. Cool. Windows in the buildings from the elevator train. I see 1,000 different stories pass. We faces without names. Forget why I came here, and I forget why I stay. And I wonder if they've noticed if I slipped away. What if I kept going? If I don't get up tonight? What if I rally slowly through the darkness to the light? What if I do? Where could I find you? Hey. If I slipped away. If there's no answer, we're all just hearts that have to fight the dangers of the rapids, through the darkness to the light. If I slipped away. I was about actually learning some new skill and trying for a new job. I think this place for 9 years. Yeah, I can see that being just a sign of like, it's time to look elsewhere. That seems like a long time to just kind of like at that point, yeah, it's just like this is just how it operates. This is just how things happen. But yeah, hopefully if you are sort of on the lookout that you find something exciting. Yeah, I think it's so my company is a little bit different, right? Because we have people like move from project to project, right? People will work on a contract with one studio and then move over to another contract with another studio because, you know, it's sort of the nice insulation that outsourcing has. We're not a single studio with a single project in the works. We are working with many different people on many different things. So there are some people on my team that have been with the company longer than I have, but as far as this project is concerned, I am the senior most member. And some might then say, well, Kaiga, why aren't you the lead of the team? And I respond, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Titled, Why Kaiga Shouldn't Be a Lead. Let's see. Oh. Cold air and water flowing hard, the land we call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming. Feel the weight of what we own. This the song of sons and daughters. I'm the heart of who we are. Making peace to build our future. Strong, united, working till we hold the air and water flowing hard. The land we call our home. Push to keep the dark from coming. Feel the weight of what we own. This is all of sons and daughters. I'm the heart of who we are. Making peace to build our future. Strong, united, working till we come. And we're all just together. Together. In the cold mist. To a lifeless together. Together. There we go. Alright. Well, we're getting somewhere. Kind of. It's still a little messy, but it's a good setup. I'll take it. I can work with it. Let's kind of get in and clean up some of this mess behind it. I regret to say I was watching Maya play some of the silly horse game. I kinda get it. I kinda get the appeal. I do love watching some people play it, and then you kind of it's that meme of the you don't want none of this. Like people are talking about the characters that they train and the careers that they've done and the unlocks that they've got, and then you kind of like, wait, so what is this? And like, you don't want none of this, buddy. Just walk away. I don't know. I'm still, by and large, against gotchas on principle. I think, you know, we almost had it. We almost had a general stigmatizing of loot boxes. We were at the cusp. We were on the verge of greatness. We were this close. And then someone said, okay, but what if we put pretty faces and big boobs in the loot boxes? And everyone went, okay, hold up. Hold up, they might be onto something. Let's let them cook. I was at the grocery store today. I was picking up a couple of things. And you know how grocery stores will like play music over the intercom and then we'll have announcements and whatnot. And one of the announcements came on talking about National Lottery Day. I'm like, there's a national day for gambling? That seems wrong. Let's just knock out some of these lower shadows. We got a few areas where the occlusion is going to be pretty high, but shouldn't be too much of the drawing, right? Chicken say I was surprised with that. Yeah, me too. It doesn't ultimately surprise me that much. It's just kind of like, I think people wouldn't acknowledge it that loudly. Though, I don't know, there's so many like National Day of X or Day for X, and it's like, is anyone actually deciding these things, or did they just kind of happen? Like somebody said, today is National Pinecone Day, and no one really gave enough of a shit to say otherwise. Everyone's just like, yeah, sure, pinecones, whatever, it's fine. Today is National Pet-a-Wombat Day. I'm not gonna lie, I would be in full support of National Pet-a-Wombat Day. That sounds fantastic. Would finally be able to knock that off my bucket list. Now I'm gonna just stuck my fingers in the hummus. to the light of the star. I think I'm gonna leave the necklace for Saturday. I think that's gonna be enough of a thing to sort of build up and work up that I just don't really want to deal with it right now. Same for the flowers up on the headdress. We can do the leaves, but I think sort of the larger flowers are just going to be a whole thing. I would rather not be trying to rush them or anything. As the brave new reminds me that I'm not in this alone. Look to the light of the stars, because this isn't the end. As we lost from doubt. Yeah, so we can come in and sort of this like brighter leafy green right there. Actually, there's a Discord that I joined. It was a former coworker set up. There's a bunch of game industry people. Just sort of for socializing, sharing work, passing around knowledge and tips and whatnot. One of them might have an idea on how to solve my problem. I should check in. And see if anybody has any ideas on what to do. You never know. I'm in so many Discords and I never talk in like 99% of them. I'll share memes, I'll post art, I'll check in, right? But I really do not try and like be a regular in most of the Discords that I'm in. And to be fair, some of them are just like so constant, right? Like there's always people chatting, people coming and going. It's like it just kind of exhausts me to try and keep up with it. It's like 4. Yeah, so that sounds about right. Yeah, I'd say about somewhere in that ballpark. And then yeah, there are a bunch that I'm just like in for, you know, keeping up with updates or schedules or something. There's some that I pretty much just browse the meme channels. There are some that I joined, you know, because it was a streamer that I was watching and I don't really follow as much anymore, but you know, I still like them. Or something to that effect. I remember somebody came in and said that they couldn't join the Discord because they were capped on how many Discords they could join. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing that could happen. But good on you, you social butterfly. You mod for 3 of them. I feel like modding almost becomes like DMing. Like the people that are good at it end up sort of getting sought out to do it by multiple people. You just wind up just moderating a ton. And some, like, you know, over in Coco's group, because there's a sort of a group of them, a mafia of sorts, that tend to, you know, play games together a lot, play Hunt, play Mecha Break, etc. And so they've ended up sort of sharing a lot of their mods because, you know, the people will be collaborating and they'll have shared chats or whatever. And so it's just easier to have the same people be moderators in all of the chats so that wherever the problem people show up, they can just deal with them. They were explaining that. I'm like, oh, that's smart. That makes a lot of sense. But then, yeah, you wind up with, like, one of them has, like, a couple dozen moderator roles. It's like, okay. Good. That looks nice. Wait, pausers? I've essentially become the head mod. Oh no. Well, I have good news, Mage. I'm currently not in the market for mods. I really just don't have a need for them. As of yet. How do I keep him? I guess you just have natural Riz, Mage. I'm an introvert. Yeah, so it gives you like the strong silent type vibe, and then everyone's like, oh, I bet they're very reliable and responsible. Okay, where are we still dealing with? Bullshit. Where are we still dealing with the bullshit? Widen the neck out a little bit on the back here. Here comes a warrior son. Tell you, the dragon comes. With a voice wielding power of the ancient lands. We believe the dragon will come. To the evil of all skies. Beware the dragon comes. For the darkness has passed and the legend yet grows. You'll know the dragon has come. Better. Dovakin, Navasillas Varin, Moran, Morkun, Nahera, Kastvan, Afinyavan van Gran, Moson Sillas Sam, Dovakin, Vahin, Kundra. Is that all? Shit. Alright. At least looks okay enough.
Happy anniversary, Elder Scrolls, and thank you for watching.
Let's see. Bit of a change of pace, but you know what I have not listened to in a while? It's always a fun song. YouTube, I swear to God. Piece of shit. Thank you. No, alright. I hate you. Once was a duck to see the name of the ship was a Paleotti. We flew up her bow, duck down on my low volleyball blue. To me, the wellerman come to bring the sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tongue is done, you take out and even go. And down the hill, a right whale Captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring the sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we take our leave and go. That hit the water, the whale still came up and caught her. Hunting from the caught her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring the sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Sweet Captain Whale is not a thief. Belong to the whale tree, he took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring the sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Days are even more the line and slack and tight once more. You were still only four, but you down did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring the sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tongue is done, we take our leave and go. Some fights the line, and got cut in the wheels not gone. This is regular cartoon cars that Captain Crew and on. Tea and rum, one day when the tonguing is done, we take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. I love a good shanty, I do. Let's see. You know what? Sure. Indeed. I still have this want whenever we actually get to a point where Star Citizen stops being half a game, where you're running a cargo haul, and as you pull into a port, you get close to a station, you just come on the proximity chat and just start blasting shanties at everybody. Just gain a reputation for being the shanty hauler. been time, trying to find you. Ooh, 1 second. Okay, cool. I plugged my phone in, but the plug doesn't always take properly, so I had to check that it was actually charging. You know, I had this weird thought the other day. So, we kind of have... I feel like there's this notion, right, that marriage, pre-modern, shall we say, right? Like going back to... I don't know when exactly when exactly I would say, but maybe like, I don't know. I suppose pre-enlightenment. I feel like there's kind of this notion that we have, right? That marriage prior to the Enlightenment, prior to industrialization, was by and large a transaction, right? Love was not really a factor. It was just kind of like, yeah, you pick a partner based on practical decisions and not on feelings or romantic inclinations or attraction or anything. But I have to wonder how much that is a matter of survivorship bias, right? Because most of the records that would have been recorded, good words, Kaiga. You have good words. Most of the instances that would have been recorded or written down or remembered, made note of in any way, would have been more notable people, you know, nobility, leadership, right? And yeah, a lot of times in those cases, you don't really have a lot of free will to decide who you want to fall in love with and who you want to marry. I feel like even in the modern day, that's still the case for many people, right? The decisions are made on who would be the most appropriate partner and would be the best sort of practical match, and not necessarily a matter of, well, do you actually like them as a person, right? I wonder how much, you know, sort of regular folk of bygone generations, 16, 15, 1400s, might have had the same sort of romantic notionings and made decisions based on that rather than, well, they have a good farm. Remarkable said marriage for love by the masses is a recent occurrence. Really? Interesting. That is fascinating. I wonder where the shift for that came from then. Because I feel like, I don't know, it would make sense to me if in the past it was like, yeah, regular folks just kind of did whatever they wanted to, whatever made sense, but survival was the bigger consideration. Yeah. I suppose, yeah, now there's less of a, like, likelihood of death driving those decisions. Only in predatory, the diamond marriage did not used to be a thing. Well, it used to just be dowries. It used to be chickens. Speaking of survivorship, there was a weird... Kurzgesagt was talking about, like, not allergic reaction, autoimmune diseases. That's the term. And was sort of explaining, like, the process of those, and mentioned towards the end, because it's like, okay, well, why would the body have this system? I don't remember exactly what it was, but one of the things that they found was there's some evidence suggesting that the same sort of mechanisms that can trigger autoimmune diseases back in an era where disease was a much bigger problem may have actually resulted in basically better immunity or better resistance to extremely lethal diseases. So it's kind of a mechanism built for a more hostile world. Maybe it just doesn't have anything to point its guns at anymore. I'll link the video later, but it was very interesting. But yeah, it's interesting that, like, just choosing a partner for the sake of actually being someone that you want to be with is that recent of a concept. I suppose it's the luxury of living in a world that isn't constantly trying to kill you. So it's coming along pretty well, I think. Still definitely some stuff to work on, but also gotta add the necklace back in. So yeah, we still gotta do the flowers in the hair. We gotta do the necklace. I want to clean up the sleeves some more. Can I convince you? Just lighten up a little bit. So yeah, that my parents are a bit yeah, I don't even know where to get started on children. That is a whole can of worms. Okay. Okay, it is a little too tight. It's a little too tight. I think what I want to do is sort of balance that out. So we're going to round this out this way. I'm glad you like it. I do feel like it's coming along very quickly. It's looking pretty good. I like how the hair is developing. I hope it's okay. Okay, and then yeah, let's do this. We'll just add like one extra sort of layer to the let's see, and that just makes it feel a bit larger, I think. I do appreciate that you guys like my work, that you take an interest in it. It's always been, I don't know, kind of like, how do I want to put it? Getting noticed has always been very hard for me. I think in some part it's just because a lot of times I just make stuff and I don't necessarily do a lot of work into trying to promote it. You can go your own way. Go your own way. There we go. Self-promotion is hard. It really is. I'm glad that I got my job when I did, because otherwise I would have been trying to go freelance full time, which would have involved a lot of self-promotion and advertising and I think that would have been a bad time. A bad time. I don't think anyone would have enjoyed that very much. There we go. So yeah, still a few things to finish up. So we'll put the finishing touches on this on Saturday and probably start in on the next one. Yeah, I think we'll start in on the next one. There we go. Alright. How is this looking? How is it feeling? Where are we? Oh, excuse me, 1 second. Ah! It's so nasty. Where do these frogs keep coming from? Ooh. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm mostly just kind of glancing around right now. Sort of seeing how everything sits, how it feels. If the balance is good. What are Rad's questions? There you are. Oh. There we go. Yeah, I didn't take the time to look at that at all. There we go. That feels a lot better when it's softer. Yeah. Okay, and then so in the design, in the actual model, it's very very soft, or just, you know, very graphic. I think we're gonna add a little bit of like a fur breakup on the inside of the ear here. Just give it a bit more texture. Let's clean this up a little bit. I don't like how it's... Don't do that face. There we go. That's a little bit better.
If you're watching this video sitting down, I'm gonna need you to fix your fucking posture, you croissant-looking letter C crescent moon ass scoliosis motherfucker. Fix your spine! Damn!
Ooh. This is a good one. Awesome. What? Serious? I don't think it works like that. Like, it either tracks the entire face or it doesn't track anything. I mean, yeah, I could have just been a drooling slack-jawed idiot, but it's not the technology's fault. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. No, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. It's just stuck open. That might have just been me. I can't say it's me. There we go. Time can never mend. Careless whispers of our breath. This is kind of true. Pain is the whole thing. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. No, it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. Waste the chance that I've been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I dance with you. Thank you. Yeah. I don't think it'll take too long to finish up on Saturday. I think we're very close to being done. All saved up, thank you. But now, who's gonna dance with me? Please stay. So I'm never gonna dance again. The way I dance with you. Nice. I like that. I need to work when I wake up. I know, I hate that. I just want a little more time to ourselves. But hey, it's almost the weekend. It's almost the weekend, and then we will get plenty of time to rest and relax and do things. I'm not sure what my plans for the weekend are. I feel like I should do something unusual. I don't know what though. Honestly, there's a drawing that I really want to finish this weekend. Been slowly working away at it. It's getting very close to done. So I kind of want to just see if I can push for the end. So I might just do that. Might just do that this weekend. I think you mentioned, is there like a trip coming up you're planning? I don't know. I need to actually make use of my vacation time. We need to talk to my lead about that. Oh. I have a fair amount of time saved up. I just don't. I never make use of it because I never have anything that I really like want to do with it. So I just kind of keep saving it for whenever I do finally like figure out I want to go take this big trip or, you know, go vacation or something. But I should actually do that at some point. I feel bad though, because if I end up going on a longer vacation, I'm probably not going to be able to stream, and then I would be like, everyone's gonna forget. Everyone will forget about me. I'll just be somebody you used to know. I don't know about that. Stop it. Stop it. On the bright side though, the Traveler is small enough that I can take it with me. I can take me with it, which is kinda true? Sorta true. If I can just get the Wi-Fi thing sorted out, theoretically I could at least do like, you know, very short check-in streams. Just set it up in a hotel room or whatever, wherever I'm going. Once AI takes over, that's how it'll be. Yes, where should we go today, Lord Box? You know, people have been talking about AI revolutions and takeover for decades, and I don't know that anyone expected it to be this fucking cringe. Yes, I have heard about the grog crap that happened, and I would rather leave it there. There's not much good in that conversation. Let me just soften this up a little bit. I think we'll soften. Actually, shit, that's. Soften it up teensy bit. There we go. Good. Unfortunately, it is 11 o'clock. So that is where we are gonna have to wrap things up for tonight. I'm just finishing this last little polish up. If it'll let me. Thank you. There we go. Alright, good enough. Good enough. We'll finish with whatever that is on Saturday. But yeah, I think it's coming along. I think it's really close. We just have like 2 more areas that need cleaning up. 2 more areas that need doing. And then just a little bit more polish, but I think it's very, very close now. Yeah, it kind of exploded in a way that I don't know anyone was really anticipating. I don't know that it's gotten significantly smarter. It's gotten better at pretending. But I don't feel like the actual structure of the model is like actually better. Some being worked on the work through a phone's camera to give verbal directions to people with visual impairment. That is the really frustrating thing, is I think there are beneficial uses of AI models that we have. They're just not being used for good things. I mean, obviously some people are trying, but I think the most popular applications are just dumb at best, harmful at worst. God damn it, Aiko's playing the horse game. Why? Aiko, no. Alright, who do we want to go say hi to? Let's see. It is the hot new drug, it is true. Oh, okay, interesting. Boru's learning Celeste with Mousy, who was a cracked speedrunner. I think... Why don't we go say hi to Valk? Valk is playing some Mecha Break. Could go say hello to Valk and see how she's doing, see what she's up to. I think we will do that. Oh, I need to shut down YouTube. Imagine just shutting down YouTube, being like, RIP Bozo, and pulling the plug on the whole website. Alright, everyone say bye, YouTube.